Hello, everybody! How's everyone doing? Welcome to a brand new week of streams. Hope everyone's had a wonderful weekend. As usual, I am Nix, for those that are unaware. Good to have you. So, I often like to start off just by doing a quick little update about my weekend. Actually, not a lot has actually happened. I decided that, yesterday, well, rather I should say Sunday, I started to mass upload all my clips onto YouTube and TikTok. I was attempting to do 3 a day, and it usually ended up being like half an hour before I went live. I'd pick 3, and that was it. I did fall off from doing that. I do apologize. It's just one of those things where, once you miss it once, that's it. You struggle to keep up. So I decided what I'm going to now try is every Sunday, I want to try and upload my VODs, I want to try to upload week's worth of clips, where it's 2 clips every 2 days. I want to see how that goes. Do a little bit of a break in between them. Hello, Lucifant! How you doing? I know it's Lucificant, but I keep getting it wrong. I apologize. But how you doing? It is good to see you. Yeah, other than that, I played... Let's call you Lucy. I tried to remember to say Lucy, and then I see your name, I'm like, I gotta say the whole thing. I gotta try. Eventually, I'll get it right, and I'll be so happy, and I'll never do it again. Okay, how am I? I'm doing well. I've still got a bit of a cough. Tail under this sickness, It has just been a pain. I also think it could just be dust. I've actually got some screwdrivers right here. I used it for this little tiny mini fan to test out. I should really take off the front cover of my fan and clean it. Hopefully, goes well. It goes well. Also, you're redeeming the first. I really do need to do something for the first. I also... Daily fortune cookie. Old friends, old wines, and old gold are best. Yeah, unfortunately, the cookies kind of crumble when you try to get your fortune out. It's not the good brand of cookies. That said, when I was younger, I used to actually go to the shops and buy a box of fortune cookies and I just eat them. It was always just... I don't know why I did it. I just thought they were nice. Like yesterday, I was playing Baldur's Gate 3. I don't want to give spoilers because I'm close to the end. Oh, that was the fortune. No. That creator spot is what gives you your daily fortune cookie. And I believe it's also what I use for TTS. I do want to bring in the AI voice TTS. I reckon that'd be fun. But I know some people aren't happy with AI, which I get. But at the same time, I'm not trying to profit off of AI. Like if I was saying to you, oh, give me $5 for a TTS. Now, you get basic Brian voice for that. Channel points, though. Yeah, something that doesn't cost you anything. Posture check. Do I have to straighten my legs when I do a posture check? Because I kind of have one leg folded under the other, and I just find it more comfy. Murder is fun. No, you shouldn't murder. Murder is bad. Unless it's in a video game. I mean, I do want to replay Baldur's Gate 3 and do a villain route. Just see what I can do. Sit like a goblin, have no rights to say anything. Well, it's like, I usually slouch, I sit on one leg, and whenever my father finds out, I was like, nah, don't do that. You're going to give yourself poor posture, or poor circulation. I'm like, good. It's comfy. Yeah, it's like, also got some Pokemon to do tonight. Because we've got Perrin's side story to do. I will preface it and say this story I was spoiled on. Because, of course, you can't click anything on the internet without spoilers immediately appearing. And I got very annoyed considering people like, hey, check out the spoiler! Or was like, check out this thing! Spoiler, by the way. And you go get angry at them and go, oh, but I said spoiler. It's like, yeah, after it. Yeah, it... Boop. Sit crisscross applesauce. I used to do that, but then both my legs get pins and needles. Actually, I'm going to sit that way right now. Because I just thought to myself, while saying, oh no, I don't do that. I actually do it a lot, and that's why you see me move around, because it's me swapping between my different sitting styles. But I'm keeping my good posture, don't worry. Right? Sometimes I'll sit like, but if I'm using control, I have my legs on the desk. See, I can't do that because I just think, like, at least for me, I sometimes eat meals at my desk right here, because when I was younger, a ritual used to be that I would go into my brother's room and we would both have dinner. Like, he'd sit at his desk, I'd sit at like on his bed, and we'd watch whatever new shows came out. And that was our dinner ritual. It's like, oh, a new episode of American Dad is out. Alright, we'll put that on while we eat dinner. Oh, new Futurama, we'll put that on. So that's what we used to do. And then eventually, yeah, he's moved out. So it's just me, so I start watching things on my computer. And so I have my dinner with me at my desk. Now, if I put my feet up on my desk, I just think my foot germs is spreading everywhere. It's like, ah. Why your model does the same. I mean, honestly, sometimes I'll turn to face over there and my feet kind of go against the wall where I'm watching something, which is also kind of gross. I kind of gotta watch the wall a bit. But it's just, I can't put feet near food. That's just right. I also, I feel like this is a new song on Pretzel Rocks, because I've never heard this in the chill pop. It is a very relaxing song. I was thinking to myself, I might cancel my subscription to Pretzel Rocks and start bringing in like a YouTube playlist or something. Don't put them on the desk. It's you putting your legs on the edge. Still, they sit above it and it's like skin flakes or something. I don't know. It's hard to really describe. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I had someone that I knew where they used to rub their feet a lot, and then they'd play games, and they pick up their controllers, and I just think to myself, the controllers have foot oil. And just ever since that, I could not be near feet. But we'll make scene transition. Whip. So a quick little thing I want to do first before starting. Yeah, let me just... I'll turn it up. I kind of mentioned on Twitter, there was a thing that I was doing for shiny hunting in this, and I did not see any posts about it. Now, this is a really bad location to explain it. But it's like, down here is a Litwick spawn. Basically, what I keep doing is I go to the edge, see if it actually... Say it. In front of me, you can see a Litwick quite literally in front of me right there, just spawned in, and now it's slowly walking away. Alright, too many have already spawned in. It's because of the mountain up there. As I said, this is a really bad spot for it. Essentially what I do is I come to the edge of the areas because I kind of noticed the Pokemon have 4 or 5 dots where they can spawn in. That's it. And like I was doing this with Whippers. The Whippers were in a completely different spot, which were where is it? Right in here. Quite literally. Oh no, not there. Sorry. Quite literally right there. By coming in along this line, I could stop right before it. So pretty much right where my... right here. The Whippers would spawn in, nothing else would. And you would see them spawn in on their little dots, walk out, and after about 4 or 5 would appear in a single spot, that's it. I can't really test it again because it's now daytime and we can't get a spawn. Maybe Litwick are, and I just fell right into him. And I'll say yes, Flip Juice. Alright, Litwick are gonna spawn. They wanted to prove me wrong. But it's one thing that I've been doing for a while is I would always try to come into the edge of a spawn. And you would just see them plop in on the dots. Whenever I watch people do the shiny hunting, they always go, oh, I gotta check these spawns. Is that one? No. That one? No. That one? No. That one? No. And they turn around and do the exact same thing, and it's not cycling them at all. Whereas I found if you're at a distance, for example up here, when they do spawn in, like NDD just spawned in on the spot. I kind of found that if you do it that way, you can see them as they spawn in and you'll see a different color almost instantly. And it's like even right now, seeing them spawn in, you're easily going to see when there's a different colored Pokemon appears. As for my reasoning of why I say this, is because I spent a little bit of time off stream, and I found myself a shiny Whipper I called Strawberry. And then another one. And another one. And another one. And that wasn't using any of the sandwiches either.
Lucificant10 says Testo Nix you superhero.
Aww, thank you. You also redeemed Unhealthy Hydrate. Alright, well, let me just start off by saying it's like 8:23 p.m. It's like, oh no, you made the redeem. Now I've got to open up this unhealthy drink. This is not what I wanted at all. Berry flavored. Oh no! Why would this happen? Also, speaking of like things that happen, grass type Weeping Bell. Speaking of things that happen off stream, kind of got seen when I was in the boxes before as well. But I was able to get a Gliscor from a raid. Yeah, I was checking out online, eventually found it. I bred 2 Gligar, and I also could not find myself a Cramorant. Because Glico and Cramorant are both Scarlet exclusives. So I had to go onto the Pokemon Home app and I traded someone a Golem for it. But with that, we are at 199 on the Pokedex. Just need one more, and I believe the Perrin quest is what unlocks it. Every time you're being sarcastic, you're adding that. I mean, it helps, because you can't convey sarcasm properly on the internet. Like, everyone's going to read text differently. Silly check the raid. Also, Lucy, as a quick question, do you have Pokemon as well? I ask because it's a case of, if I inspect a raid, and it might be something you want, you can easily just say, oh, can we do that? And I'll gladly invite you to it. This also goes out to everyone. Also had to definitely double, maybe triple check that I did set the stream to show the game. Electric type Munchlax. I do want to get into the competitive scene a bit. I began writing up a... Ow. A mass outbreak of Heracross. If there was a pink one, I'd catch it. But I want to get into playing the game competitively. At least just as a fun side thing. But I have a couple Pokemon written down of who I want to have on a team. I don't know how well it will work because obviously you need team composition and like there's a lot that goes into it. I obviously don't have that. But it'd be fun to at least try. This is partially because I remember just with Sword and Shield, they were going, hey, here's some legendaries that are like shiny exclusives to if you play this like competition mode. And you'd only have to do like one match. And I never did it because I was afraid of making a fool of myself. I wasn't going to, no one was going to find out it was me. But I was scared nonetheless of, oh no, what if I'm being judged? And I'm now at the point where it's like, you know what? Judge me. Does it really matter? Poliwag. Yanma. We are making our way over to Perrin as well. But I kind of like to just travel there. Because, there might be a shiny Pokemon that spawns. My Whippers need another friend. I was actually even thinking, like, if Quagsire was competitively viable, I would have Quagsire and Clodsire on my team. But unfortunately, I don't think it is. I think Clodsire might be. At least it's a B tier, I think. Oh, also as one other thing, there were the two Glitterazzi people that were standing up here, I think. Where they said, oh, we're going to certain waterfalls back in, the main area. I did find them, and they said, oh, we're going to another location. So I might do that on stream as well, just because... Okay, it'd be fun, just to see what else happens. I'll also bring back my other 3 party members. So Tapioca, Taffy, and Burrito. I also caught myself a Steel Terror type Kama-O. Just because I thought as well, that could be cool to see. Just as a competitive Pokemon. Alright, make our way down to see Perrin. I believe that's their name. Oh, hey kiddo. Wait, don't tell me. You actually caught over 150 Pokemon from the Kitakami Pokedex? Now I know you're the real deal. That's right. Pretty impressive. Must be really something special, kiddo. Probably know more about Pokemon here in Kitakami than I do. And I got here first. Which reminds me, got a favor to ask you, see? Real Pokemon catching pro like you is what I need. What kind of favor? Oh, did I tickle your curiosity? They don't seem too afraid to poke your hand to new things. In that case, let me tell you what I'm about. The reason I came to Kitakami was actually find a certain Pokemon and photograph it. Searching on my own for ages, but I still haven't found it. So, kiddo, how about doing me a solid by helping me with my search? I'll owe you forever. Rumor has it the Pokemon I'm looking for is pretty ferociously strong. Just think, you could catch it and bring it along on your adventures. Wouldn't that be helpful? That enough to pique your interest? If so, need you to prove you're strong enough to help. If we're really going to partner up on this, then I want to know what you cut out for it. So, that, and I want to get a good shot of you looking all heroic and everything. Alright, we're going to battle Perrin. Oreo can go first. Luby may need some healing. Okay, kiddo. Time for me to take the perfect shot. And your confidence, that is. Ready to show me what you got? Yeah, let's just put a bit of distance between us, enough to keep my shots in focus. Not so strong, but don't hold back. Don't mind me snapping a few shots while we're at it. Ooh, a knockdown. Alright, Oreo is definitely in the upper hand here. Give me a nice heroic expression, would you? Take a real good shot if you do. Super effective. Nice moves, kiddo. Glad to see you're not distracted by the camera. Ah, it's going hangry. How to use Leafy on. Alright, Burrito, it's your time to shine. My Pokemon have also leveled a bit, just when I was trying to shiny hunt. How about a new challenger? This one won't be easy to beat. Baxter was playing Clash. Clash of Clans is really fun. Upgrading my cannons. You're almost all maxed out. I've never actually played Clash of Clans. I may have to check it out. Ah, that's boosting his attack after I lowered it. I'll just lunge again. Yeah, that's a keeper. I wanna... If you don't like spending years on a single thing. Yeah, might be good then. Yeah, something alright. Got a bunch of good shots of you in action too. Think you might have what it takes to hold your own against the Blood Moon Beast. Blood Moon Beast? He has a certain Ursula Luna I've been searching for. It's known as the Blood Moon Beast. Have you ever heard of Ursula Luna? Well, it is. They weren't all that uncommon a long time ago. The Ursula is a Pokemon that usually has this big yellow mark on its forehead, resembling a full moon. They say this one's mark is red. Red Moon. As if seen through a veil of blood. Well, they call it the Blood Moon Beast. This Ursula Luna, the Blood Moon Beast, used to live in my homeland way back, and people still called the region Isui. Legends Arceus? Seems like it crossed over the waters here to Kitakami at some point. Made itself comfy. Two of us work together, I bet we could be the ones to finally find it and snap a shot of it. And if we do... Kiddo. No, not Kiddo. Partner. Let's tackle this together so we can find the Blood Moon Beast for sure. I knew you'd be up to it. And don't worry, I'll be sure to reward your hard work. Word has it Blood Moon Beast has been seen in the area northeast of Oni Mountain, called the Timeless Woods. Head that way now, wait for you there. Come on, Growlithe. Oh, I want a Growlithe too. The Town Hall's got 77 more days on the low end. Like, if you don't want to be maxed out Town Hall 15, if you're happy being a maxed out lower Town Hall, not like that, but won't have everything. So that is just... I couldn't wait that long. I guess that's where they kind of go, oh, you know what? Perhaps people will be happy, spending money. I want to be happy spending money. Like, I'm already the prime... I want to say prime sucker here for gacha games. Especially if it's one that I really like. I will spend a lot. Like, going back... How many years ago was it? Over a decade ago, I believe, there was a mobile game in Japan based on the Dot Hack series. Called Guilty Dragon. Oh, sorry, I was actually forgetting the name. Trying to remember it. But the game Guilty Dragon never got released in English. So I downloaded the game in Japanese and tried to learn what everything meant. Just kind of figured out what menu meant what. But on certain events, like, I think after a few months they went, oh look, it's like, remember Triad from GU? He's in the event. But he's now called, like, the Phantom Flame or something like that. I went, what? That is so cool. So, when they eventually released him as a character card, I really wanted it. And then they did this for several other characters, other than, like, Tri-Edge. They had Hiseo as one. Balmung and Orca's characters from GU were many to them. Tsukasa from Dot Hack Sign even had an appearance. In a style that was quite dark. So, you know, young me, having fresh disposable income, would buy iTunes gift cards for the Japanese store, because that was the only way for me to get the in-game currency. So yeah, I'd be buying a lot of these because like, oh well, this website only had a $50 gift card. I might as well spend all $50 on this gacha game. And the game eventually closed down. I have nothing to show for it anymore. I think they've then released another game a few years later called New World, and I was a sucker for that one. Not as much though. I kind of made sure to limit myself, because I'm like, nah, I can't get into another game. I only spend money on the monthly pass, because it's $7, you get a skin, plus lots of other stuff. Give the skins like 10 to 15, so it's already a good deal. Pass will lower your research and build time by 20%. And it's like, that to me makes me go, oh yeah, that's definitely worth it. But then it's also thought that the value behind them, people say, is like, oh, but there's no actual value because it's the developers telling you, oh no, this thing's worth this much, so that's how much you gotta pay. That's kind of what everything is. And yeah, if the value is there for you, then why not? It's kind of like Pokemon cards. Some people see it as a huge investment, or some people go, oh wow, this one's worth $550. Someone else looks and goes, cardboard. Nothing special. Taking a picture of a polywell. Good, yeah, just like that. Now, give me cute. I'm gonna keep watching. Yeah, look at you, clever thing. Lovely. Over that pose for a sec. That's my little cutie pie. Keep watching. Wow, look at you. Didn't know you could pull out that kind of expression. So photogenic. It's too adorable, you know that? Could eat you right up. Watching. What's this? Extra serving of cuteness? Just for me? Don't mind if I do. Oh, I need more. Someone give me extra storage and a napkin too. Why a napkin? Why did you need a napkin? Oh, hey partner, you made it. How long have you been standing there? You weren't, listening on all that stuff that I... Nope, don't wanna know, because I asked. Anyway, it's right around this part of the forest where people had supposedly seen the Blood Moon Beast. Curiously, all the sightings have been on night with heavy fog. In fact, I've heard that all kinds of unusual Pokemon appear on foggy nights. I'm sure the Blood Moon Beast is one of them. It's gotta be. Oh, so my little cutie pie back for another photo shoot. Yeah? Ow. Better protect the Growlithe. I mean, the Growlithe in no way could lose to Ariados. It's Fire Rock against a Bug type. Know what you mean. But actually this path is actually kind of worth it, especially if you play often, because every few months back it was $5, gave you half the resources, but now it's $7 because inflation, but they actually also doubled the resources you can get from it. That is quite nice of them. It survived? Look out, Oreo. What time for my legs to give out, with this great photo up right in front of me. Hey, things heating up over there? Just have a couple shots for me, would you? Yeah, we're lucky it didn't actually use a bug type move. But yeah, like, As I said, it's up to the individual to decide if something is worth it to them. And yeah, I'd probably play something like that and be like, you know what, I'm going to pay money. I mean, even with Pokemon Unite, I only played it for like a week, maybe not even that, but I bought the pass on that because I thought, hey, I'm enjoying this at the moment. Could have kept it the same, but I feel like the people would have been annoyed by its fake currency, so actually no one loses it in the end. True. Yes. It is good of them to increase what you do get from it. I know not a lot of companies would do that. Wow, that really surprised me. Camera's okay though. Thanks, partner. Thanks to you too, of course. It's a bit bad for the Gyarados. I wasn't expecting to see humans out here, but only attacked because I was surprised. Set up a tent. That'll let the Pokemon know we're here and help them get used to us. It's a shaman tent! Oh, that's actually really adorable. Excellent use for camo style. Not one to spend money on games, but if it's free and I'm playing a lot, I'll toss some money when I can. I'm exactly the same. Like, if I enjoy it and it's free, why not? I'll put some money towards it. Like, it's the same with Pokemon Go, and this is what I was explaining to my brother. Because they'll go, oh, spend $1 and you get this research pass, where for 3 hours you have extra missions. I'm like, you know what? Those missions will be fun, and if I'm going to be playing Pokemon Go for 3 hours to do shiny hunting and whatnot, that's worth $1. Pokemon Go is cracked here. Lucy, you need a friend? You need a friend to add you on Pokemon Go? You want me to add you? I'm terrible at sending gifts on Pokemon Go. Like, I forget all the time. I actually had to delete it. Why would you delete it? All those shiny Pokemon. I kind of wish I could connect my phone up to the capture card, just so I could show us like how many I've got. Man, damn me 24/7 for a while. And this is true story, and this is what annoys me about Pokemon Go. Like, right next to where I live, like quite literally over there, that away, within range of my bedroom was a gym. So, yeah, you see a gym there. And this was back at the very beginning, by the way, where you had to put a Pokemon into a gym, then click, I want a reward. Like, I want to claim my daily coins. So some people were getting like 150 coins if they live in heavily populated areas. I was getting 10 coins a day. Then when they changed to the new style, and it's like, oh, you can get up to 50 coins, you just need Pokemon in for a cumulative 10 hours. And it's actually like 9 hours, 40 minutes. But, yeah, so what I would do is, you know, I'd wake up in the morning. Oh, the gym's changed color? You know what? It has been yellow for 10 hours. I'm gonna beat you guys, and I'm gonna put my Pokemon in. 8 hours now. Alright, it might have always been 8 hours. I just bad up my ass. But, you know, I'd always look at it when it's like, you're in there for 10 hours, you're definitely getting your 50 coins for the day. I'm gonna knock you out so I can put my Pokemon in, and have the people in my area. So, I started noticing people in my area started to get toxic, because I joined the community group. I'd get messages all times a day. Hey man, the gym changed to a different color. Do you want to beat it? Can you make it our team color again? Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay. Me with the Spurges, I just see them like, okay. There'll be nights I'm trying to sleep. It's 1 a.m. and then I hear people pull up outside, battle the gym because they're all talk loud because 2 cars pull up. Oh, hey, there's a gym right here. Oh, quick, they go, but oh, they got a slacking in there. Oh, not a slacking. Oh, slacking sucks. It's so annoying. Who the hell would put in a slacking? You know, it wakes me up. My dogs start barking. Well, I can't get to sleep for a while. Oh, look. I might as well put some Pokemon in the gym. And yeah, the people started throwing, like, when they found out where I lived, people started throwing shit at, like, not literal shit, but started throwing shit at my house. Because they were getting annoyed. So I stopped doing the gym. Like, I said to them, like, you know what, I used to get messages all the time, so I'm done trying to take over the gym. You guys can have it, I don't care. Oh, everyone, we managed a game to get rid of the gym. Ha ha ha. Oh, that's so cool of us. Oh, man, we're so powerful. Yeah, I can give you one guess which team they all belong to, by the way. But the final straw for me, because, you know, these people, they would drive around constantly. Every minute of every day, going to every single gym. And I even asked people, how much are you spending on the game? And they revealed they were, on raid passes alone, was $200 a week. At least. That's not including the fuel that they'll pay for their cars. And, you know, they'd turn and say, oh, check this out. Oh, I got a Mewtwo. You know, when Mewtwo was, you know, the X-ray gyms or something, whatever it was. The once every 2 months specialty. And they were flexing on that, going, oh, wow, check this out, check this out. So I joined one raid when Suicune got added in. And it was like, oh, this is my specialty things. Like, I've done, like, 87 Suicune raids. Oh, I've got a pretty good team for it. And I just looked at my Suicune and went, hey, what did you say was the CP for a perfect Suicune? Because this is before the IV checker was in the game. They go, oh, it's like 1837. I'm like, 1837? Mine's 1837. Oh, everyone, this guy right here just got the perfect one. What the effing hell? I've gone to 87 raids and I haven't got a single one. Give me your phone. I'm going to smash it. I'm going to smash your phone. How dare you? You're not even a true fan. Like, they just got that toxic. You try talking to Niantic about it. Oh, yeah. But, you know, we can't really do anything about those players. Maybe try and not do raids. Like, this is a game for joining the community. And your community is getting toxic. Yeah, but maybe if you didn't participate in the raids, it would get better. So your solution is, person being targeted stops playing. Oh, we're not saying to stop playing our game, just don't do the raids. You know, the big thing of the game right now. If they get real bad, contact the police. Alright, you contact the police back. Oh, nah, we can't do anything until, you know, they actually physically do something against you. Well, they made threats. A lot of threats. Yeah, but that's the thing. They haven't acted on it yet. You serious? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that took me out of the game. Like, I didn't play for the longest time. It was disappointing because I missed out on a lot of shinies, but that's how it seemed to go. And people, like, I can see as well. Good to see you again, Sasha. You said that's Pokemon Go fans. I want to go a step further. That's Nintendo fans. Because at the start of COVID, Animal Crossing New Horizon came out. I joined a Facebook group using my Final Fantasy characters account. And that group quickly became toxic. You're not a true Animal Crossing fan unless you time travel and you have spent at least $30 real money to buy the in-game stuff from other players. And there was a lot of bullying and whatnot there as well. And I just went, why? Whenever there is something tied to Nintendo, there's so much toxicity, but it's always said as, oh no, that's just a small part of it. So, it's fine. I'm like, it's the only part I ever see. Alright, I'll quickly catch one check. Went out here 24/7, actually bought a catch watch. I actually do have the Pokemon Go Plus watch, and I got the Pokeball Go Plus that came with Let's Go. I do want to get the Pokemon Go Plus Plus, terrible name, but that's more for Pokemon Sleep. Yeah, when I spent $40 on a catch watch and a bag for water and band-aids, about 4, knew I had a problem. I mean, I bought a... This is actually... Yeah, I'm actually proud of this. I bought myself a power bank for it, because the power banks were on special. And then I went for a walk, going up to the shops, and I looked at the ground, and someone had dropped a very similar power bank on the ground. And that's the day I owned a second power bank. Like, I thought I could easily take it to a lost and found, but there was no lost and founds nearby. There was no telling where it came from. I just went, you know what? This thing is not good laying on a road. If this is going to be on the side of the road where a car can run over it, I'm going to give it a brand new home. Mortal Kombat 1 is finally out. I do want to actually play Mortal Kombat 1. Maybe not on stream, but I do want to play it. Tick the button. $20K power bank had problems. 20K is in 20,000? Or 20K hours? 20,000 watts. Don't touch the Switch version. You mean Pokemon Let's Go? I shouldn't touch Let's Go? Doesn't try to steal my phone to get my shiny Mega Rayquaza. Why would he do that? Ah, 20,000 milliwatts. Oh, Mortal Kombat. Yeah, don't worry. Unless it's a Nintendo exclusive game, I don't buy it for the Nintendo. Like, this PS2 era. The graphics in this, like, considering the amount of lag it can get, and like frame rate issues and whatnot, it is kind of bad. Plus, I've kind of said this on stream before, I like getting trophies and achievements in games. I like that little serotonin boost where, say I finish a tournament mode in Mortal Kombat, and it goes, "Ba-ding! Congratulations, you finished the tournament." It's like, whoa, that was a happiness boost. On Switch, nothing. You don't get it. And I know a lot of people, and, you know, pardon my French here, say getting trophies in video games is a dick measuring competition. I'm like, you know what? It might be. But do you go to car guys, you know, people who do up their cars and say, hey, you do it in your car? Dick measuring competition. Hey, skateboarders, that's a pretty cool trick. I didn't know you could do a 720 ollie on the half pipe. But you know what? That's a dick measuring competition. You're only doing it because you want to prove you're a big dick than this other person. Yeah, bottom line, people get annoyed at people who enjoy trophies for no real reason. But to me, even if I didn't enjoy unlocking trophies, like I used to achievement hunting games. If I didn't care about achievement hunting, the fact that Switch games remove trophies is removing features from a video game. It's sort of as much as saying, it's like, okay, we fixed Mimikyu. No, Growlithe's now broken. If you look at them, they fix. Like, it's sort of like on here. I can press minus to auto heal. It's sort of like if Pokemon then goes, hey look, Scarlet and Violet now has a third game, Pokemon Teal. But we removed the auto heal. You just removed a feature from a game for no reason. So that's the reason why I prefer games on other consoles, because even if you don't care about trophies, it's still a feature that they have effectively chosen to remove. Could charge my phone 4 times over. I was out 24/7. Man, I could only charge my phone like once with mine. It was not a very strong charger. Because he's a little crazy kid and he steals money from his parents. Ugh. Why would you steal from your parents? They provide for you. I love the dumb trophies and dumb sounds. When I got an Xbox One, or One S, and I found out if you get an achievement that less than 10% of players have, you get a louder achievement sound. I got so excited, like, I really got to find these. So he tried to steal Rake, because, like, Rake was, called Death Gun. Next. Named him before I met you. Ah, okay, because otherwise it would have been Superhero Nix, right? Right, Sasha? Happy Steam added sounds for trophies. Nothing beats the PS3 trophy sound. True. I do like they added sounds, but I also disabled sounds from happening on my Steam. Just because when I'm streaming, I don't like the sounds coming through. I also got the Tweewee Final Mix. Ooh. Well, let me know how it is. But see if I can find this. So I think this is it. Please don't let this be a fake YouTube thing. That is not... So, this is someone's camera up to the TV. Alright, hopefully this is it. So, the regular achievement. I actually think that's the rare achievement. Yeah. So that's what... I'm trying to find the basic one. But I'm pretty sure everyone knows the basic one goes... Ding! That's it. But that is the... rare one that you can get. Actually, see if this is it. So yeah, that's basic Xbox sound. I think it's actually muted for the VODs, by the way, but... basic sound. Oh, cool, I got an achievement! That was simple. Xbox One. Oh, you got a achievement that less than 10% of the world may have? And it even comes up an image of a spinning diamond. And that to me is like... wow, okay. I need to get more of these. That is a good serotonin boost. Could have just been Nick's... he was named after the final boss of Persona 3. That's the final boss of Persona 3's name? Super Deluxe Archive or Achievement Noise is the correct one here. But it's like, it's just interesting. I reckon Nintendo really missed a chance with achievements. Like I said to people, for the Switch, what they could have done is something similar to Smash Brothers. Because you get the physical trophies in those games, where it's like, oh, you beat Classic Mode as Kirby. Here's a Kirby trophy. Oh, you beat Adventure Mode with Kirby? Here's a different trophy of Kirby. You got things like that. Which, yeah, was pretty cool. And you could then have them all displayed on a singular table. But now imagine having an app on the Nintendo Switch where it's like, hey, here's all your trophies you got from games. You play Breath of the Wild and you got the Master Sword? Here is Breath of the Wild's Master Sword trophy. You got all of the 999 Koroks? Here is a trophy of the Korok Elder. Like, oh, you just beat Ganon? Alright, here's a Ganon trophy. But you beat Ganon without beating any of the other bosses? Here is an improved looking Ganon trophy. And then you could go, like, you could then say, alright, non-Nintendo games, maybe you have 5 trophies to work with. Just 5. Not much. And then you would have an app that you go into, and that's where it shows you more. But, you know, Nintendo didn't. They don't want trophies on their system. And to me, as I said, that is a big letdown, because they could have had one of the best trophy systems. Okay, PS3 and PS4 have the same trophy sound. I think they do. We heard the platinum noise on PS5. I don't think I have. Wait, maybe. Because I remember getting Bug Snacks to 100%. But I don't recall it having a different sound. Alright, let's Google here. PS5 trophy sound. The regular sound. I don't know what those last two are from, but they were definitely different. So I don't remember the last two sounds from PS5 on the first major PS5 system software update. That means from now on, everyone will hear the first two sounds. The last two sounds are gone, reduced to atoms. If the footage from before the major update saved in Media Gallery, the last two sounds will still play. Interesting. So they actually had different trophy sounds, and people weren't happy with that. That is cool to know, though. I never actually picked up on it. Probably also continue playing. She may be old, but she's still a fine 10. It's actually my dad's, but he wasn't using it, so I just helped myself to it. Say hello to our new base of operations for our survey of Blood Moon Beast. Wow! Yeah, the Blood Moon Beast is more wary than an ordinary Pokemon. Why there have been so few sightings, or so they say. That means we're going to need to do some slow and steady groundwork if we want to find it. So, partner, what we're going to need your help with most is photographing Pokemon. We're going to take photos of the Pokemon that appear around here on foggy nights. Looking for lots of pictures of a good variety of Pokemon. Afterwards, I'll register your photo data into my handy Pokemon searcher. Over time, that'll train it to ignore any sign of other Pokemon that live around here. Clearing all that noise will let us pinpoint exactly where Blood Moon Beast is. Brilliant! Well, you actually understood that? I was just writing off what the manual said. Pick this thing up at the thrift shop. Don't really understand how it's supposed to work though. Preliminary surveys makes me think there are actually dozens of Pokemon species that tend to shop around the forest on foggy nights. We can split the load. Just have me try and snap photos of 10 species of Pokemon for me. How about it, partner? Take a look together, I'm sure we'll find the Blood Moon Beast. Oh, and we're looking for clear photos that get the Pokemon nice and big in frame. You want to sneak up on foot to get close to them. No riding on big, noisy Pokemon. Think you're ready? Just say the word. Once you're good, we can set the tent and wait for a foggy night. Sure, it'll be the same when the old sound was just better. I kind of like the idea of some trophies having different sounds in the case of rarity. What? What? I was just waiting around. We got a shiny Hatterin! So I want to use a Love Ball. I'm scared of killing it though. I can't even use the Love Ball because I only have Dumpling, who's a male. It has the Rocky Helm, it'll hurt itself. Alright, people will hate me for this, but Quick Ball. Thunder Wave. I so want this. Just goes to show, talking about achievements will get you a shiny Pokemon. You know what? Dusk Ball, because it is nighttime. Button Mash. No! Alright, Burrito. I'm gonna need you to false swipe it. Purely false swipe. It didn't do much. Woo! I'm scared to use anything else because I don't want to kill it. How about Tunnel Ball? Sound Piercer and Piercer were just better. I mean, I kind of get it. But at the same time... I feel like if it doesn't change, then it will just stagnate. Ultra Ball. Come on, game. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Oh, thank you for donating more points to the challenge, Sasha. Alright, it's critical capture mode. Yes! We got a shiny! Quickly save. I forget the name of the Pokemon, but the evolution of Impidimp. I looked at that and thought, oh, that might be shiny. It's like, no, it wasn't. And I saw that one. Mulgrim, that's the name. Let me just do a quick look-see over here. I was gonna add stream marker, because maybe I want to clip me finding it. Any shiny Litwicks one up here? I doubt my luck, but... I'm looking for one with a blue flame, instead of a purpley flame. So one thing that they could also do to improve the achievement sounds is let you pick like a customizable sound effect. That would also be pretty cool. Ready to go photograph some Pokemon and survey the forest? Reporting for duty. Let's hang in the tent until the weather gets nice and foggy. Looks like this is about as good as it's gonna get. Alright, partner. Get out there and survey. Yep, got too close. It's also hard because you can't sneak and open up the camera. You have to be standing still. Invitation to the Widow. Really mistaken for a tree in the fog. This is great. You're the right person for the job. Give it the good work. Good night, but high hopes for you, partner. Hey, check both into Fall Guys. They did, and they're also adding in a Fall Guys minigame to Final Fantasy XIV. The string spit Pokemon Spinnerack. You're just trying to spin your web up in the tree? Really do take good photos. If you try to turn your eyes upward too, might be a Pokemon lurking up in the trees. Give the good work. Ooh, a Litwick. You know Pokemon Litwick. Seeing those little lights floating in the dark is otherworldly, huh? Real life of photography. You could even get a great shots of Pokemon if you just sit still and always wander around. Like the Duskull over here. Requiem Pokemon Duskull makes quite the impression on a dark night like this. My partner for you. But there could be Pokemon in caves nearby too. Truck Pokemon Geodude. Gotta be careful, you might trip over this fella. Pokemon in the water in the northwest part of the forest. Alright, so caves, northwest part of the forest for water. You gonna play Fall Guys? I'll probably do the Final Fantasy 14 minigame of it. But Fall Guys itself, I probably won't. Purely because I like more story-based games. I feel like games without too much of a story element would be Dark Souls. Because while it does have story and lore, that was more you gotta piece it together yourself. And I just played mainly hit with stick. But I just like playing story-based games and seeing what can be found. So hard to see them. Calm Pokemon head tenor, huh? Might as well ride home in a quiet forest like this. This could even catch Pokemon up in the trees, searching for the next meal. You mean like those two Seedot? But it's cute. I don't think the machine can get much from the images. I mean, we'll have to see. Acorn Pokemon Seedot, right? Pretty easy to mistake it for a berry or something. Did you hear that sound coming from the northeast? Like thunder or something. Or if it could be electric type. That was a Hoot Hoot. What a weird Pokemon Lotad. That's the good life just floating around. There's still Pokemon hiding in the forest you haven't photographed yet. Yeah, Hoot Hoot in the trees, a cave, which is likely going to be Geodude, and northeast for electric type. There's also a Volbeat. So I guess there's more than 10. But, you know, it's up to you. Firefly Pokemon Illumis. Word has it that it gets along real well with Volbeat. There's still a ton more Pokemon hiding. Where did... There it is. Firefly Pokemon Volbeat? That Illumis showed up just be with it, huh? With how you complete your survey. Well done, partner. Yeah! Okay, so we just compiled the photos we both took. Looks like we photographed every Pokemon known to appear in the forest when it's foggy. We did it! Really pulled it off. Can't tell you how much I appreciate this. Now we just send all our data to the Pokemon searcher and... Wait. Well, wait, I guess. Supposed to take a little bit for the data to be processed or whatever. You know, the photos it took were all real good. Got a real eye for this. Just Bill, what were you thinking about the most when you were taking the photos? Capturing the Pokemon as they are. Trying to capture them as they are. You really want to show how the Pokemon live. You're an unadulterated, huh? I'm actually in a bit of a slump. You and a kid like you knows what a slump is, right? Like when nothing seems to go right. Might not believe it, but when I was younger, I was lauded as a photography prodigy. Everyone loved my photos. Absolutely everyone. But in the past few years, I feel like I've lost my spark. My photos show it. They lack heart. The awards have all dried up. The accolades too. The longer it keeps dragging on, I lose sight of what it is I want to capture in my photos. That's when I heard the stories about the Blood Moon Beast. Left a kid to calm me as fast as I could. If I get a photo of an astounding Pokemon like that, then maybe, just maybe, something inside me will change. It'll be okay. Thanks, partner. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the whole mood down with my problems. Oh, guess the machine's done doing its thing. That jingle. Pretty sure it's the same one my dryer plays when it's done with the load. Haha, too funny. Who decided to use that? Can you just give anything a jingle now? Anyway, if we filter out all of that data, there's still one hit out there in the foggy woods. Gotta be the Blood Moon Beast. Finally found it. This is it. You know, talking to you really helped me throw off some of that old tension. Yeah, I'm ready to go meet Blood Moon Beast. How about you, partner? You ready? Of course. Alright, then we're off. Right, time for me to capture the Blood Moon Beast. On film, that is. If things start to look dicey, we're counting on you to handle the battling, partner. You too, of course, Growlithe. Now then, let's get going. That hit we got on the Pokemon Searcher came from somewhere around here. This is actually quite terrifying. It's awfully quiet. Stay alert. Got it. Here he comes. Those footsteps? Whatever's making them must be huge. What? He's terrifying. Got a red moon on his forehead. It's the Blood Moon Beast. It's real. We actually found it. Right, a camera. Hey, just be a good little beast and stay right there while I snap a photo. Sorry, the auto flash just... Growlithe, you ready? Sounds like that's a no. How about you, partner? Got it covered. Sorry, thanks. You've got this. Oh, and it's one that you can't actually catch. I guess I gotta come back later for it. A bullet seed. That's so little. This is great. I'm right close to the action. Keep it going while I snap some shots. Oreo, no! I believe it's normal ground type. So much I gotcha. Super effective, right? It is park ground. Blood Moon. What was that? It's gold. Chance we can burn it. It's gold again. Chance we can burn it. That's a critical. Alright, we burned it. Oh, that's a new expression. This is wonderful. So much good stuff to capture. But it seems to be not a physical attack, but a special attacker. Alright, Taffy, I believe in you. Drain punch it. That's just boosting itself. I mean, if we can survive one attack. Never mind. Taffy is down for the count. Alright, come on, Blueby. Trash to loss and liquidation. You can do this. Oh no, Ursulune is faster. And stronger. Curious what typing Blood Moon is. It hasn't been super effective at all. I wonder if it's just like a normal type move that doesn't really affect, or isn't affected by resistances or anything. As much as I trust Dumpling, Max Revive Tapioca. It's just a little bit of insurance. Oh, body slam it. Dumpling avoided it. Thank you, Dumpling. And it landed a critical hit. Bloodmoon Beast is weak. He has a chance to catch a partner. If only I had the Moon Ball. I can't remember what I used to catch. But if I had it, it'd be perfect. Could go with a heavy ball. It kind of matches the grey on the heavy ball with the grey on, I guess, the clay on its body. Friend ball, because, you know, he's really just a nice friend. Luxury ball. I think heavy ball. If I had the dream ball, it would definitely be that. Fortunately, don't, but yeah. We got it! That's a Luna! Oh, and it even gave us the Legends Arceus music. Or sound. Special Ursaluna can see in the dark with its left eye and protects itself with mud that is as hard as iron. So Blood Moon is normal type. I can actually check out the move. High in special attack and regular defense. Mind's Eye, the Pokemon ignores changes to opponent's evasiveness. Accuracy can't be lowered, can hit ghost types with normal and fighting type moves. That is a really powerful ability. So only its accuracy can be lowered. Your opponent's evasiveness doesn't matter. Actually, no, its accuracy can't be lowered either. So, its moves, if it's 100% accuracy, it's always going to hit. That is really powerful. I'm going to assume it can't be bred either, so that's your only one, and acts kind of like a legendary. You okay, partner? I just think you go toe-to-toe with a Blood Moon Beast, let alone catch it. That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Wow, wow. Howleth, we've got to work on those nerves a bit, bud. Oh, poor Growlithe. My heart is still beating a mile a minute. What a thrill. Just couldn't stop spamming shots so you're battling the Blood Moon Beast. Bet you want to give your Pokemon a chance to rest and recover though, huh, partner? Let's head back to camp for now. Packing up the old tent and calling it a day was a bit sad, like the end of an adventure. Couldn't have done this without you, partner. Because of you, finally I feel like I have some photos here that I want to keep forever. In ages since I felt this way. Seriously. Now that I'm all motivated, it's time to ride this feeling and seize the day. Heading back to the village this instant to get these photos developed. As we always say in the family, time wasted is lost. So, I'm not wasting any more time. Let's meet again in Masui. I can get the final reward! I get a Moon Ball. You know, a Moon Ball would have been nice against Ursaluna. That said, I'm actually curious. If I catch a Teddiursa or an Ursaring in this game, and then transfer it to Legends Arceus, and evolve it to Ursaluna, does it actually keep its Pokeball? Like when I transfer it back? Because if you do, it would be nice to get a few Ursalunas. Also, just saying, I wouldn't mind finding another shiny Pokemon on the way back to the town. You know, in case the game wants to be nice. Also, what do you mean by that, Sasha? Is everything alright? Ground type Diplin. What was that hitbox? It was nowhere near Growlithe. Water one up here. I'm also getting as many lead points as I can, like when interacting with these, because I do have to train up some more Pokemon. Water type Munchlax. I thought Fermentus looked different. Why aren't you going out to battle it? Fairy type Crawdon. Again, if anyone is watching and you see me interact with one of these raids and it's like oh wow, I really want that raid. Let me know and we can try and tackle it. This song you're saying is still effort. Ah, okay. Is everything alright then? I hope everything's alright. Actually, no, wait. The professor's over on this side. Whoop. There he is. And just get a couple more Pokeballs. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, Nix. Looks like you caught 200 kinds of Pokemon we found in the land of Kitakami. Wait, you telling me you caught them all? Whoa, whoa. Play Kitakami Pokedex? This is great. No, you're great. Thanks to your hard work, I don't think there's anything more that can be done when it comes to surveying the Pokemon that live here in Kitakami. I wish I had something to give you to commemorate all your effort. Oh, I know. I'll give you this charm I got at Kitakami Hall. Limited edition souvenir that I only sell here. The Glimmering Charm? Having one of these mysterious Glimmering Charms increases the number of Terra Shards you receive from Terra Raid battles. That's actually quite good. Hello, James. Thank you for the boop. Thank you for changing my colors. Stop procrastinating. Starting tomorrow. Such a procrastinating thing to do. Starting tomorrow. Oh, can you show me your Rotom phone for a second? Thanks to the deployment feature Director Clevel helped with, we can celebrate your achievement. In style. See, you can get a special message from the company that certifies Pokédex completion. Hereby satisfy your achievement of completing the Kitakami Pokédex. May this great feat be celebrated by all. Let's celebrate! Plus, check and a healthy hydrate. Perfect thing to celebrate with. Posture's checked. Hydrating's hydrating. Five big gulps. May complete this Pokédex, but that doesn't mean a school trip has to end. Maybe you'll keep meeting lots and lots of new Pokemon friends around Kitakami. I mean, Perrin said to meet us in Masui Town. She back at a quarter? Been waiting for you to come by, partner. Made you about the photos I took of the Blood Moon Beast. How do they look? Also, Nix, do you have other Sword or Shield? Because I have some Pokemon that I need to trade to evolve. I have Shield, but I don't know where my game case is. Yeah, I thought I brought some Switch games into here with me, but apparently not. Which means somewhere in my bedroom is my Switch games and... Oop, headphones to the microphone. Give me a second. What game cartridge is in this? Because I'm holding onto, right now, Pokemon Violet's case in my hand. You know what happens when I open this? You can't see it actually, but the copy of Pokemon Violet is right here in the case, which means this is a digital download version of the game. So what is in my Switch? Also, remember that rumor about how Switch cartridges were made bitter? So that way kids wouldn't put it in their mouth to eat them? Has anyone actually tested that? Do I test it? Do I lick the Switch cartridge to see if this one's bitter? Ah, it's bitter. It's actually quite funny. Like that would break game. Only if you lick the microchip. Yuck. Oh well, fact is that once got all them printed out, so the photo I managed to get are all blurry, cut off, or out of focus. Right, really aren't good enough to show anyone, not even you, partner. But still, out of all the photos I've ever taken, I think they may be my favourite. I think I've gone too caught up in my own head, worrying about framing or what judges might say. Always think about what I ought to capture. Just capturing your subjects as they are, what photos should be. Taught me something important, partner, so thanks for that. That's right, your name. Never even asked you your name, partner. That's awful of me. After all you did to help, but aren't teaching it to me? You can call me Nyx. Nyx, a perfect name for a gutsy kid like you. Well then, nice to officially meet you. The name's Perrin, photographer with a renewed love for photography. I can say that with pride now. Ah, and your reward. You found yourself a real choice reward for all the help you've been. A choice scarf. Boosts the holder's speed, stat, but only allows the use of a single move. Oh, this Growlithe of mine has a younger brother that really loves battling. I think you'll do a better job raising it, good and strong. I'm talking so high pitched my microphone doesn't pick it up. Raise it to be real strong, okay? That about wraps it up. I did what I came here to do. Though, I guess I should hit the road. Afraid this is goodbye. But you know, Growlithe like these are known for living and working together in pairs. Even if they are separated for a while, but their paths might cross again someday. So you raise that one with care in the meantime. We'll definitely meet again. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what you pull off. Got high hopes. Goodbye for now, Nyx. Till next time. I got Growlithe! I think that means there's only one side quest left, which is the Lady Onair and Mr. Billy. But first... Growlithe! Oh, she's a good boy. Hatteran. You go in the shiny box. Also, while... Like, this happened on stream. End of my first stream, I think, of this game, I did catch Shiny Spinnerack. Over the weekend, I was watching something on YouTube, just playing this idly. And I ran into a shiny Houndour. And then while talking to a friend about it, I ran into a shiny Hoot. Oh, Hoot. And then that's afterwards when I got my full Whipper. And this stream, at Perrin. Right, I also got a Milotic through a raid, which I used the Dream Ball on, which I'm a little bit sad about, because that red circle or pink circle would be nice. But I needed this just for the Pokédex. I only could have everyone. However, I do love Milotic, and while I know people say they're not that great, especially competitively, I do want to train that up. Instead of having Chilling Water, Surf, Dragon Pulse, and Attract, keep Dragon Pulse, teach it Ice Beam, Scold, and I think Recover. But essentially, this box is just Pokemon that I have used, or for some reason, a Pokemon's just ended up here by accident, like Magikarp. I've got my shinies, and then this one is my original teams, like Glitter, Sparky, Brioche, Hunter, Crackle. The starting flying Pikachu you get, Emma, Bicycle, Dart, my Dunsparce, who is a shiny, Tetri, Piper, then towards the end I found the Baxcalibur, King Gambit, Custard, Sizzle, I can't remember why he's in here. Same with Tauros and Slowking, like these three bit of mysteries. Yeah, so I got other specialty ones. Welcome back, Sasha! We got our reward for helping out Perrin. We got Growlithe. The goodest of boys. Dude, I do want to train up. Now the healthy hydrate. Hydrating. Thank you all. Mr. Billing Legionnaire, somewhere near the border between South Province's Area 5 and Area 1. Alright, let's see if we can find these rich people. They're between the borders of Area 1 and Area 5. And I believe they said they wanted to be somewhere secluded. So I want to say up here. On top of the mountain. It's that, or it's going to be this little island. Let's see if we can find these rich people. It's an early game person I'll never beat. Feels so different to be back here. Almost there. Alright, so they wanted to be somewhere secluded where no one else would find them. So that's why I thought, oh, there's this building that has served no real purpose. But it looks like this isn't the spot. So I feel like it could be that little island. Doing a wonder trade. I kind of want to do some wonder trades. I also need to transfer a bunch of Pokemon. Whee! Alright, they're not down here. So looking for 2 people dressed in gold. Do you have a Trico? Ooh. I didn't even touch you! Alright, are they actually out on this island? It looks like no. Wait. No. Alright, so there's somewhere between the borders of Area 5 and Area 1. And they're away from people. Somewhere secluded. Hello, Team Mary. How you doing today? Well, they could just be near Artisan. I think this here is still Area 5. That's Area 3. Area 5. This is Area 1. That's South Province Area 3 and East Area 3. East Province Area 2. They're anywhere from around... It can be these little islands. No, it'd have to be between here. Up way too late again. Oh, that's completely fair. Like, the last night I was up extremely late. I really shouldn't have been. I'm gonna start here and make my way around. See if I can find these 2 glittery people. I'd look up a guide, but I don't want to get spoilers on the reward. A quick look around. Any shiny Pokemon? No, but there's a Gimmighoul. But I need to wonder trade some Pokemon. And, you know, if anyone has... Ooh. Let me go chest. If anyone does have this game, or Scarlet or Violet, you're welcome to request these. So basically, when Charizard was released, I bred a bunch of them. A bunch of Charmander. Each one of these come in a Beast Ball. So it's a special Pokeball you can get for your Charmander. You know, if in case anyone wants one of them. I've got quite a few boxes of them. Score Bunny, I bred a few. All of which have the Fast Ball, which is one of the Apricorn Balls. I never actually got the shiny Score Bunny, I gave up. Brokey has a Moon Ball. And yeah, I think that's it. That's as much as I bred. Got a Mimikyu. Nice work. I do love Mimikyu. I'm gonna quickly kill the Gimmighoul. Crunch it, Oreo. Trade a Subble for a Brokey. If you have this game, then you can trade me anything you want. Like, because I've already finished the decks on this. Ah, it's flowers. And trade via Pokemon Home. That is true. I'll have to message you on Discord about it. Also, I know this area isn't directly onto Area 5. Or between Area 5 and 1. But the first one was, they're at a waterfall. And it said, oh, they're to the northeast. Or northwest, famous waterfall. Oh, you mean this? Casseroya Falls? No. They meant all the way over here. The Fury Falls. But why? You extra starters. When I said any Pokemon is good. When I'm just gonna have to trade it over to Pokemon Home. Make sure my phone has charge and it's wanting to actually cooperate. That likes to play up on me. Really didn't want to go into a battle against Flabébé. I mean, I really hope there's no other areas 1 and 5 in this game. Actually, I should probably check. Because I am pretty sure... Yeah, South Area 1, 4, 2... So an island between 1 and 5, and they didn't really say which areas. That's North 3. There could even be like any of these little islands because... Alright, I'm going back here. I'm going to re-talk to him about the hint because this is going to bug me. Loading screens take forever. Someone, South Province areas 5 and 1. Oh, here and here. How did I not notice that was actually 5 and 1 right next to each other? Back we go. We will figure this out. Oh, don't fall down. And again, if I'm lucky, We may find a shiny Pokemon while on the search. Alright, so it wasn't this little island. Like, they could just be on the cliff looking out. Like, oh, we're rich and you're a commoner. That's exactly how they talk, by the way. Still technically Area 5 up here. Which, yeah, it tells me that they'd be up on a cliff. But saying they're on the border between them. 1, 5. But I was like, O'Neill says like, oh, I want to be away from people. Woo-hoo-hoo. So up here is 5. I am very much confused. Like, I thought they mentioned something about an island. Pretty sure I also left. Yeah, Area 5 or something. Like, I just want to see what happens when you finish the rich people quest. Gimmighoul. Gimmighoul didn't give me a coin. I've got 999 Diglett dirt. How many Diglets have I fought? Sableye Gem, 999. Rockruff is at 999. I should sell some of these. Yep, Gimmighoul coin, 999. So I can evolve another Gimmighoul if I wanted to. Who needs a gold Dengo? Not by there. Like, before they will buy a monument. So logically speaking, they'd be by one now, wouldn't they? Yeah, I think I might just have to Google where they are. Because simply saying, ah, they're between here and here, there's a lot of space. And you might say, oh, they're on the border between A and B, but what the devs consider to be the border? Is it the actual cliff line? Because on one hand, this cliff line here would be a border. That's how I see it. Oh, Houndstone. But the devs could be like, oh no, that's not the border. The real border is over here, by the swamp. That's where they'd be. Stop, get rid of the blur. I'm not even using the boost and it kept the blur. There we go. Come on, Game Freak. Surely you could have fixed that bug. Right? Up there. This is what I mean. The borders. You're on the border between areas 5 and 1. Here's the border. This is where you're going to check. Not up there. What an utterly dull place. Not a thing worth seeing. It's just what I wanted. Thank you, Billy. Wonderful. Now I'm free some more joy than making you happy. Perhaps I should buy up all this land and start some kind of business. Oh, what if it's an idea commoner? I do not deceive you. It is indeed our dear commoner. You really have a way of drawing people to you with your charming personality. Ooh, I won't say you're wrong. It's our duty as Glitterite to make the dreams of the common folk a reality. More specifically, give them fine items. Wow, a bunch of nuggets, thanks. Do pay attention, dear commoner. You would do well to search for riches in areas where there appears to be nothing of value. Possibilities are as vast as the ocean, no matter where you go. Striking! Your words are as a pickaxe to rock, losing nuggets of wisdom from common stone. Come now, Billy. I have magic cream for fruit, unlike a Kitakami can provide. No sooner do we depart than shall we return. Really our exemplary glitterati. Oh dearest, oh no. Those Kitakami apples and make the best apple juice, you know. I hate these two so much. Oh my goodness. Like, did Game Freak go out to create the worst two characters ever? So it's either the apple fields, or it's the far off one where you can get the Diplin evolution item. Why not the other? But again, knowing what they do, they'd actually be up here on this hill. Wait, what? Game Freak, you can't buy me with shiny Pokemon. I mean, I really do appreciate this, and I'm gonna catch it, but when I'm having a go at you over two of the worst characters I've ever seen, you can't just buy me with a golden Pokemon. They know I'm talking about the damn Glitterati. They're like, we'll give you golden. That'll make this commoner love us. Game Freak. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I mean, I might. Me adding gaming suggestions. Ooh. I shall look forward to it. I mean, if I wasn't making fun of Game Freak putting these characters in weird positions, I wouldn't have found the shiny Poochyena, so... it's something. You know what? I gotta save, because I don't have autosave turned on at the moment. Which is probably dumb of me. Let me turn it back on. If you're naughty. That's a really weird thing to say, kid. I saw the green leaf, and I'm like, is that a shiny Applin? Just waiting for me? Alright, so where would two obnoxious people be in apple fields? There they are. Alright. Get this bit over with. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Look, Billy, what a wonderful little garden. Though this may look like a small garden to you, oh dearest O'Nair, it's in fact a full orchid. Come now, this? An orchid? You must be joking. Never seen one so humble. Thank you for the correction, Billy. No trouble at all. The ways of the commoner are shrouded in mystery. Ah, commoners, such compelling creatures. They always manage to get my heart racing. Okay, I understand why people say eat the rich. Speaking of commoners, is that the one we keep running into? You're right. Eyes don't deceive you. It's the commoner we keep running into. Commoner, wish to know more about you. Become more familiar with you. With that in mind, would you do me the honor of having another duel? There it is, O'Nair's favorite pastime. Getting to know others through battle. Oh, do let me know when you're ready to duel, dear commoner. I'm gonna kick your butt. Duel with yours truly. Do you accept? I, O'Nair, president of Paldea Realty, will crush you, commoner. Fui, go get him, O'Nair. First, is it gonna start? Oh, a Persian. Of course, it's a Persian. Game of cat and mouse begin. Or a wheel. Confound it. Guess this makes me a loserati. You don't even get the teeter slot for that one. Lost again. What kind of commoner are you, really? Say, Billy, do all commoners have Pokemon that's strong, or is this one special? Oh no, that commoner must have something only a select few commoners possess. I believe they call it gumption. Gumption? Oh, yes, I've heard of this. Yes, the commoners say it's the one thing no Glitterati could ever possess. However, Billy, I do believe the word is gumption. Commoner with gumption. Brilliant. As eye-catching as a pearl string. It's no wonder I couldn't best you. Speaking of pearls, I'd quite like to spend some time by the waterside. Come, Billy, let's make our way to the biggest body of water in all of Paldea this instant. Your curiosity can be piqued at a moment's notice. Well, you're exemplary glitterati, dearest oh now. Nothing washes away the weariness of battle like a little R&R on an island shore. Ah, back we go. I mean, next time I battle them, I might take out the Zoroark. Which way is north? What's up here? Just because it has Happy Hour, which doubles your money reward, I want to bankrupt them. Not gonna lie. I dislike these two so much. Even if the game was to try and bribe me with another shiny Pokemon in this area. A bunch of Bergmite. They're likely on one of the islands, but the fact it was just, oh, we're going to the largest body of water. Could be anywhere in this lake. They're not on that little spot. Where I fast traveled into. Alright, where's the closest island? Just here. Oh, let's deal with the glitterati. Try to find them first. Alright, so that in front of me is likely the closest little island. Then after checking all the islands, I'm gonna have to go on the land if we haven't found them. And just make a big loop around. A little gimme ghoul. I really shouldn't be collecting your items because I can't do anything with them. I'm also a little bit sad I never got the shiny gimme ghoul. Like that. It's one of the things that kind of bugs me, is not only is shiny gimme ghoul and Goldengo a bit of a letdown, but they were limited time only shinies. Island's over there, but wait, is that actually an island I'm going to? Don't even know which way I'm facing. Okay, I'm going forwards, and yes, that is an island that I'll eventually hit. Oh, avoid the giant Gyarados, and instead hit the Tatsugiri. That Gyarados really trying to battle me? Let's see if they're up here. They are up here. Oh, let the terribleness begin. Look, Billy, look at this puddle. This is no puddle, my dearest. This is the famed Casa Roya Lake, largest lake in Paldea. You're telling me this is a lake? Surely it can't be more than a pond. Say, Billy, what's the difference between a lake and a pond anyway? Not sure, dearest Onair. We glitterati don't tend to clutter our heads with such trivial common knowledge. Why is the commoner we always see around? You're right, your eyes do not deceive you. It's the commoner we always see around. Why, while we have you, dear commoner, do tell, what's the difference between a pond and a lake? Their size? Of course, most impressive. You're as well versed in common knowledge as I'd hoped. Our duty as glitterati to return the kindness we're given, or more specifically, return the kindness with fine items. Do you pay attention? Dear commoner, happiness is like a body of water. It can be a puddle, a pond, or even a lake. It all depends on how you think about it. That's my dearest Onair, taking the knowledge someone just taught you and putting it on display right in front of them. Come now, Billy, I'd like to scale a lofty mountain with pure white snow. Pure and lofty is the ideals of our company. It's true that Paldea Realty has the purest, loftiest ideas. Dearest Onair, you truly are an exemplary glitterati. Now let's go enjoy some gelato while watching ice Pokemon frolic atop a snowy mountain. Like, they're meant to be she's the owner of Paldea Realty. We've never heard of Paldea Realty. She knows nothing about the region she lives in. They're likely in one of these two towns. Probably the main town. Look, Gimme Ghoul up there. I mean, I imagine they'd be in the main town. Likely somewhere warm, because why would they be somewhere cold? Unless they actually change their outfits. But I doubt they put that much attention to detailing. Alright, now which way? Down that way? I honestly don't remember which way the town is. Okay, so it's not that Pokemon Center down there. Oh, there it is. Now we can see it. Playbird, Cryogonal. Bunch of snow deers. I mean, after that talk of gelato, I'd assume they'd just be in the main town square or something. But just saying, oh, we want to climb a mountain, doesn't really give me a direction to look. Guess all I can do is just travel, hope that I see him. Next Pokemon I catch me named Temperonix. Aww. I should really start naming shinies that I find after viewers. Subtract that. doubt that'd be... Oh, didn't mean to catch that one. Maybe they're at a basic Pokemon Center or something? Or maybe at the 3 pillars there? Because if I understand these glitterati people, and I feel like after having to imitate their voice for so long, I just might understand them. They wouldn't put the effort into climbing. They weren't at the highest point, which means the helicopter didn't drop them off. So, likely, they climbed a little bit and went, oh, this must be the top of a mountain. Are we the first people to climb this mountain? Yes, we really are. We wanted to be part of the worst side quest in Pokemon history. Why, maybe with us, people would forget all about the GS Ball. Remember that? It was gold and silver, just like your hair, oh hair. Someone want to trade you the starter. Why would they just get rid of their starter? Like, your starter's meant to be important. You know, I'm willing to bet these glitterati are behind every bad thing that Pokemon has forgotten about. Kind of like in X and Y, how you could look behind a pillar, or like a billboard thing in a train station, there was like a hidden message. And it seemed like something really important, and it was just never used. There was no story behind it. It's just, here's an unexplained mystery. And plus, you know, all those bugs that came out in Pokemon games, like, again, X and Y, when you were in the main circular town, they had the electric gym. They had the bug on launch where apparently if you saved your game in a very specific spot, it would brick your 3DS. Remember that happening? They're also probably behind a bug in Sun and Moon. I can't remember exactly what the bug was, but I remember there was a certain spot. It was like one of the beaches outside of a resort. You couldn't save your game because it would brick your 3DS. And Sword and Shield, people warned you about saving your game in the wild area because it might brick your Switch. And while I'm unsure about that happening on launch with Scarlet and Violet, there was a bug when they added in the Pokemon Go connectivity, where if you sent a postcard over, there's a chance it would just delete your save. I believe the Glitterati is behind it. They're not freezing in a cave. Oh, Japanese Nidoran. Ooh. Is it male Nidoran or female Nidoran? I ask because I'm a fan of Nidoking. One of my favorites. That's still cool. Nidoqueen's a close second. There was also a bug in this that still kind of persists. As you can see there, Doug Trio's spawned outside the barrier. Then with Frigibax, if you're ever playing this and you can't find Frigibax, he's right there outside the wall. Or sometimes they're on the roof. Cuptree, follow me. Come on. Follow me. Keep coming. Keep coming. And battle. Didn't do it right. There's a certain spot that I found that you can start a battle in. And it actually jumps you outside the barrier. Then you can actually swim to underneath the map. A bit more to the left, I think. Unless they actually patched it. Yeah, I think they patched it. I'd managed to do it a couple of times. Oh, there's a Snova. You managed to do it a couple of times, and I remember early on in my streaming, I actually went live and shut it off. And I think off stream, I did some exploration. Basically, there's that giant rock over there. And I assumed that was going to be where the game's DLC was going to take place. Because when you look at your map... Wrong button. It's just this big grayed out area. And even has like a little dotted line barrier. But I found out if you had actually glitched out of the world a bit, and you're swimming along in the water, there is a spot that let you clip inside of it. And I think it is over here. You could go in the water and you go around. But there's a little, like right here is a little island in between them, and it's actually caught inside of this wall. You're never actually meant to see it, but there's Pokeball spawns there. I found you could actually swim out up to around here, and underneath part of this island, the invisible wall, or physical wall, has a triangle missing. And you could actually force yourself against it while boosting, and eventually your mount would go underneath the map and pop the other side, then you could access this little island spec. Which was interesting to find. Alright. Hello, Ace! How you doing? Sorry, I only just looked to the right and saw you in chat. But how you doing? Hope you are well. What did you do? I mean, if I have to make a guess... You found a way to travel to space. Gifted a sub? Right, you gifted me a 1-month sub to Mailman. Thank you so much. I actually jumped into his stream last night and I was gonna thank you, and he was wrapping up. I'm like, oh. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Now I don't get ads on his channel. Because we all hate ads. Ugh. Yeah, really do appreciate it. We were trying to find two people dressed in gold. And the only hint we got was they're going to the mountain. Guy was saying like, oh, nothing better than a hike and some fresh gelatin. I was like, I don't know exactly where that would be. Like, I assumed it'd be in the town, but they don't appear to be in the town. An average man. I mean, I guess they could be hiding behind the buildings because, I don't know, Game Freak wants to make it difficult. Have the dust don't. You know what? Let's check inside the gym. No? Okay. I felt like it was an entirely plausible thing that they just be inside the gym. Because it's cold and these people are rich, so... Mailbox. And that's it. I could be on the right track with them being inside of a gym. Just I went into the wrong gym. I always check the dealing because they got a pink flower, that's the shine. I don't know how to tell where Source Buck. It's something to do with its belly or something. I was thinking to myself, how do I have so many Diglett items? But I just realized when I was trying to get a shiny Iron Valiant, I had to have killed a lot of Dugtree that was spawning. Right, are they inside this gym? No. Well, then where would they be? Like, they wanted to climb the mountain. They weren't at the grasp. At the mountain watchtower. Because this isn't on snow. I feel like this one I will just Google. Like, everywhere else, there has been more of a semblance of a hint. You know, like, they were at a waterfall. That's simple. They won't be alone between two zones. Okay. A little bit difficult, but we managed to do it. Then they went to an apple field. Oh, apple field. That's pretty easy. They won an island. Island was a little bit more difficult, but, you know, there was a few islands. Not a lot to pick from, but they wanted an island. And we found an island. Now it's just snow. I want to go up the snowy mountain. Well, there are ruins here. Are that the ruins? No, but it's a spiritomb. Hello, spiritomb. They're very creepy. It's the item, but that's okay, because I don't want to go into a battle. Sunny day. That's where the mountain begins, like its trail. Perhaps assuming, you know, rich people, they didn't go far up the mountain. And that's always something. I'm not even in the snow. Yeah, I'm just gonna Google this because this is actually annoying me quite a bit. Let's be... Alright, so I wasn't going to find because apparently they're like here. With nothing around, no real landmarks or anything. You just had to know that's where they were. I need to get myself some more bottle caps from raids. I want to trade up, or train up my Ursaluna and some other Pokemon. I mean, I guess that's the entire point of this quest line is, hey look, we're going to give you money to make some of your Pokemon better. Get me an Ice Stone. Make sure I didn't go past them. Yeah, it's anywhere around here. I saw like the base location, which was to the left of this river. That was it. Oh, there they are. Alright, talk to the annoying couple. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo! What a silver and white as far as the eye can see, truly a view worthy of glitterati. Sure is, and the coat is no match for these clothes you prepared for me. Of course, they're made of the highest quality materials by the highest quality brand after all. Feel sorry for people who call this mountain anything less. He's barefoot. Can it be? Is that dearest commoner returned to us once more? You're right, eyes do not deceive you. Dearest commoner has returned to us once more. Look, dearest Onair, look how thin the material of that dearest commoner's clothes is. Oh my, that's awfully flimsy, isn't it? Say, Billy, do you suppose commoners have an easy time dealing with the cold? Not sure, but I've heard that commoners say we glitterati line our pockets with money. Perhaps that means the quality of our clothing is unusual to them. If all commoners dress like our dearest one here, must simply be used to the cold. Billy, you're a true erudite. We shall grant you the Gold Onair Award. Yes. It's our duty as glitterati to lend a hand to the struggling common folk. That spirit, grant these fine items. Hang in there and tough out the cold. Now, if you listen carefully, dear commoner, you may have heard the saying, cold hands, warm heart. Don't be fools, let a hogwash. Must never ever forget that. As my dearest Onair, your aphorisms are becoming more off the cuff by the day. Come now, Billy. That time our reprieve came to a close. Want to finish it with a look down at the centermost point of Paldea. We, even the most extraordinary places are only worthy of being looked down upon by you. We are exemplary glitterati. Well, I can't get into the Great Crater. Let's make a request to the League just in case. If they get in, then, money really talks. And that's the lesson that Game Freak wants to teach us. On the right, then on the left. No? They would have thought they'd be here. Unless they're outside the League. Free Pokeball. Color League. Alright. Check the guide. So apparently, it's like here? Again, indistinct location. You would never find out about it. Morning, Wirtz. How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. somewhere up here. Good, sitting here on my cutie pie knees while my wife's sister runs her to work. Aww. Adorable. Oop. Around here somewhere are two people dressed in gold. I set a marker for rough location. Okay, and it's pretty close. Apparently this is the final stage of the quest. Oh, ho, 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 ho. So this is the very center of Paldea. What an enormous crater. Exactly right, oh no. This right here is the great crater of Paldea. It seems having you adventure to quench my wanderlust, Billy. Let us begin our descent. We mustn't, dearest Onair. Entering the crater is strictly forbidden. Petition to the League for access, but to no avail. Beg your pardon? Don't even let a glitterati enter? They won't even let a glitterati enter. This was to be the conclusion of our retreat. And we've been as good as gold, and better. Never imagined there'd be something in this world off limits to a glitterati. Why? It's that commoner who can't seem to get enough of us. You're right. Your eyes don't deceive you. It's that commoner who can't get enough of us. Say, dear commoner, have you entered this crater before, perchance? Yes, I have. Rags to riches, this commoner's had the fortune to enter the crater. The glitterati have not? Well then, they have no choice but to duel. There it is, Onair's favorite pastime, challenging others to a duel like a thunderbolt, out of the blue. It really isn't the place for a battle, let's head back down. Do inform me when you're ready to duel, commoner. Alright, just give me a moment. Sick and tired of this commoner stuff. She's about 6 months old. All she does is giggle and smile. Happiest baby I've ever seen. Aww, that's adorable. Kids are always adorable, in my opinion. One last duel. What do you say? Yes. I, Onair, the president of Paldea Realty, will crush you, commoner. Bring it. Oh my goodness, she's actually got a new Pokemon. Happy hour! Everyone's caught up in the happy atmosphere. It was Zoroark all along. I really do love this version of Zoroark. Sludge Bomb! Better send out Persian. I'm gonna beat it to the ground. Hello, Lavender! How you doing? Beating up this rich person. That's a new helmet? It's one of the new colors. This is helmet color 2, but helmet style 1. So I can go 2. And it goes to the style. I've got a couple new things coming that I've planned, but it would take a little bit. Oh, I've been absolutely trounced. Have 140,000. You know, thanks to Happy Hour doubling it, and the Amulet Coin doubling it again. So what's that? 140 divided by 4. She wants to give me 35,000 and that's it. And I'm like, no. No. You know, I've had time to calm down and I think I finally get it now. Glitterati, commoners, in the end we're all just people. Nothing is separating us. Why did it take me so long to realize something so simple? So embarrassed to crawl under a rock and hide. Wouldn't literally crawl under a rock, of course, but you know what I mean. Oh no. You were following us around to teach us that, weren't you? Sure, whatever floats your boat. As expected, not sure why I even asked. Can't express my appreciation enough, but I hope that these fine items can suffice. 25 big nuggets. And a glitterati case. Now then, Billy, feel as though I've grown as a person during this trip. Starting tomorrow, turning over a new leaf, resuming my work as CEO, holding nothing back. Free, learning from your fellas like a pro. Really are an exemplary glitterati. Now, since you've taught us a little something, I'll teach you something. What, he doesn't want her to be acting like a real CEO? Right, adios. Oh, I hated those two so much. Worst characters in Pokemon. Like, you could not point to anyone else in the series and tell me that they're worse than those two. On the bright side, I now have 408,000 in the game. Brock's father? Nah. Brock's father wasn't as bad as them. I mean, sure. Brock's dad was a bit of a deadbeat. But I don't know. He still wasn't as bad as those two, basically. Like, Brock's dad, to my understanding, he crumbled under pressure and did actively regret his decisions, but felt he couldn't return home because of what he had done. So he kind of made a bad situation, and while he wanted to fix it, he didn't really have much in terms of, like, able to do it. Whereas these two were traveling the world being ignorant and going back and forth between, you know, using a private jet most likely between two different countries. I'm not even allowed a plastic straw, and these people are using their private jets to fly between countries multiple times in a single day? Nah, they are worse than Brock's dad. But that said, that's actually the end of the DLC. I completed the Pokedex, did the Perrin side quest, the Glitterati side quest. And I don't really have anything else to do. I mean, if anyone has this game, and as I said before, if you want to do a raid or something, or you need help doing a raid, I'm more than happy to jump in. America never did away with a plastic straw. So why does my country, a country that has contributed 0.2% of the world's pollution, gotten rid of it? Like, it actually doesn't make sense to me. And I know people say, oh, but you can't say that the big people are doing it. But when a country out there makes up 35% and they haven't changed, what is point 2 going to do? Yeah, it's kind of like saying to someone, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your lottery ticket that won $100 million. Here's a $5 scratchy in return. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. I know people say, oh, but then if other people see us, they may follow suit, but we've got to be lobbying to those countries and whatnot. But it feels like people just went, nah, we're doing our part, so that's enough. They have like 5 turks. I mean, in all honesty, like, I always say to people to begin with, if you gotta, like, because obviously there's things in life that are right and wrong, but if you have an opportunity for something that's not going to affect anyone else negatively, then I can't really find fault. Sort of like dumpster diving, as an example. Like, because people are up in arms, like, is it legal? Is it illegal? Where's the moral ground sit? And I just kind of look and go, well, if a bakery chucks a bag full of rolls or bread into the bin, they've already written them off. That, you know, this is an expense, they can't sell it, it's gone. It's already made its way into the books. So if someone goes into the dumpster and pulls them out, you know, in my opinion, no harm, no foul. If that person was actually going to walk into the store and buy some bread, yeah, maybe that is a little bit of harm done in the total scheme of things. But I'm not really going to go into it. Like if you look into that dumpster and go, oh look, perfectly good bread, this could actually go to help a bunch of people who need it, who may not be able to afford food. Let me actually take this to them. You know, end of the day, it's not hurting anyone, and it's actually helping people. Similarly, say you go to a game shop, and they have those advertisement boards for a brand new video game, saying, oh, the new Mario Wonderland, or whatever it's called, comes out so-and-so date. On that day when it comes out, they have to destroy all the advertisements that say pre-order. But a lot of stores would just throw it in the bin and that's it. Now, they've already written down that it's gone. It's destroyed. Nintendo isn't making any money from it being destroyed. The game company isn't making or losing any money from destroying it or throwing it away. So if you were to walk past the bin and like, oh hey, advertisement board, and you pick it up, why not? No one's getting hurt by it. Grand scheme of things, it seems perfectly fine to me. So, the reason I bring this up, back in 2019, I think it was, when they were doing the big ban on plastic, saying, nah, get rid of it all. We can't have single-use plastics, we can't have plastic straws and all this other stuff. What I did is I looked up a wholesale website. They were selling a box of 5,000 plastic straws for $20. This was on clearance, 60% off, free shipping. Restaurants aren't allowed to buy them and stock them because that's illegal now. And this clearance stock is just going to sit there. In fact, the clearance stock has already been made. The damage done to the environment has already been done in the production of them. And the damage the straws are going to do when thrown away has already been, set in motion. So what's so bad about me buying a box of 5,000 plastic straws for me to enjoy? Because to me, there's nothing wrong with it. Because the damages that they were going to do has already been done. It's been set in motion. Me not buying it doesn't cause the damage to just vanish. So anyway, that's the kind of the reasoning of me having bought 5,000 straws a few years ago that are still going. I'm not even a quarter of the way through this box. I open a can of drink, I put a straw in it. And I'll reuse the straw a few times. Like, not several days in a row, but like, if I was to have a couple cans of Coke in a day, I'd reuse the straw. I don't throw it away into waterways. I make sure to follow the instructions on how to properly get rid of them. So, I'm not causing any more damage. But I do know that the simple fact that I own them, people are angry at me because I'm causing damage to the environment. But bottom line, the damage is already there. It's already been done. I just get to benefit from it because I don't have to use a paper straw that tastes terrible, dilutes drink, and is apparently worse for the environment. Which was a study that was on the news the other day. Apparently the paper straws is damaging the environment more so. So now they're trying to look at what they can replace paper straws with. Again, just little interesting tidbits. I will read your message as well, Worth. I'll wait for the ad to be done because I just realized an ad's about to start. Still says ad starting soon. Which, why can't you just tell me the ad is now playing? Why do you have... Okay, there we go. Now it's started. Why spend so long saying, it's gonna happen any moment now? Just you wait and see. It's gonna happen. Yeah, we'll quickly check out the little market stand, see what items they have for sale. They may have something important. Or maybe they just have like 100 Premier Balls again for cheap. Elf feathers, cracked pot, moo moo milk. I don't think I need any more of the cracked pots. I've got 2. But yeah, I don't think I do need more. Get the raids back here. Single ad. Nice. I read your message. What a dude dumpster diving at the store I was security at one time. Ain't call the cops, took him in, bought him a load of bread and butter, or peanut butter and jelly. I've gotten something better. Or I have gotten something better, but I only had like $5 on me. But like that's one of the things that I think about is you bought what you could afford. And as I say to people, that to me also shows, your character. You didn't have much on you, and yet you still spent the money on someone who needed it. You bought them a bunch of food, Which is, yeah, the bread's gonna last them a couple of days. The peanut butter and jelly, like, that's gonna last a while. Yeah, it's not like you just went, oh, here's a bag of chips, and that's it. You know, you chose something more practical. And, yeah, you may not have had much on you, so you're sacrificing what little you have to help someone out. Which is a real sign of good character. Whereas you look at people where they have billions upon billions of dollars, and it's like, here's $500,000 because of this disaster. Aren't I a good person? It's like, that's not much of a sacrifice. You know, you're still... Like, I'd say someone who doesn't have much and donates... Like, for example, you could even say when you were working security, you may tell me right now, you had no money in your bank account, you were struggling, and yet you gave this person the $5 for the food. You're giving up a lot of what you had, compared to someone who has a lot giving up a little of what they have. And I want you to be arrested for trying to not be hungry. That's it. Like, I think over here in Australia, it isn't illegal. Yeah, I think it's not illegal to do it. And I think some states in America is the same, because the law is, once it's in the dumpster, it becomes public property. Obviously, that's different to, like, your home one. Your home bin, it's private property until it's taken out to the curb. But for commercial spaces, the bins are public property. Bank account, don't have one. Really? I find it so weird with bank accounts over here as well. Because you go to sign up for a brand new one. And it's, you need 100 points of identification. Your birth certificate is 20 points. A letter with your address on it, 20 points. Medicare card, 20 points. You've got an 18 plus card, 20 points. You got this one other thing, 20 points. Passport, 20 points. You got a driver's license, 100 points. Proves who you are no matter what. But I got a bank account because my brother wanted to set up a business account. And I was there with him. They went, oh, would you like to be a part of it? And I was like, oh, yeah, because we were working on something together. I'm like, alright, do you have a bank account with us? Nope. Alright, just give me a moment. There you go. You're registered with us. You have a bank account. Here's your bank number and everything else. I'm like, just like that? I don't need my points of identification? Bank account is a phone number, 911. My country, you need an ID to get an ID. Oh yeah, that's pretty much how it is over here. You have to prove you're alive. Like, to get my 18 plus card, you know, which just says, hey, you're 18 now. I need a birth certificate, something with my name and address. And I needed family to prove that, hey, I am who I say I am. And, like, the 18 plus card, like, was a pain. Tony's 9, we have an account for him to grow interest till as an adult. That's one thing I hate over here in Australia, by the way, is I signed up for a savings account when I was younger. Because the savings account was advertised where it would always have, at minimum, 5% interest. You're always going to earn, at minimum, 5% interest on all the money you put in. Today, I can look at it, and the interest rate is 0.01%. It is still the highest in the country. There is literally no point to have a savings account. You're not going to get anything from it. Lost my social security card once. It was a huge pain to get back. like, as a fun little story, I won't dox my name, by the way, but I will say my name includes the letter O. Somewhere in my name has the letter O. For the longest time, because over in Australia, if you want to pay, your taxes, you had to link it to your MyGov. And MyGov is your government account that links everything. Every government-affiliated office. Now, these offices already have interconnectivity, but the fact that you yourself have to connect all your accounts to MyGov seemed like a bit of a joke. But whenever I tried to link my taxation department to it, I had my tax file number, wouldn't work. Could not connect it. And I had to call up multiple times. They go, oh no, this is the exact same number that we've got for you. Oh, I don't know why this is happening. And we kept doing this. And for years, I had to go into a taxation department to say, hey, I'm on disability, I don't work, please click that one button for me, because I can't do it myself. I can't sign in. So not last year, the year before, I got on the phone to him yet again to fix it, because I had my number in front of me. And I went back and forth with this person for about an hour. Nope, same number. Don't know why it's not working. You must be typing it in wrong, sir. I'm like, I'm not typing it in wrong. It's exactly as you're putting it out to me. And it says, I got the wrong name. Going, oh, what's your name? Oh, it is Temporal Nix. Yep, we got it right here. Temporal Nix. Okay. And we went back and forth like that. After the super long exchange, he goes, oh, well, sorry, there's nothing else I can do. Maybe you have to get yourself a brand new tax file number, Mr. Temporal. I'm like, what? He goes, what did you just call me? He goes, Temporal, that's your name. I'm like, can you spell it? Like, use, like, the phonetic army thing. Language. It's like, T as in Tango. E as in Esteban. I actually forgot what E is. M as in Marley. I don't know what. I only know that T is Tango. As well as Alpha Bravo Charlie. And anyway, when he gets to the O, he doesn't say a word that begins with O, like ostrich. He says a word that begins with U, like unknown. I'm like, no, it's not a U, it's an O. It's like, oh. Really? Yes. Why didn't you say anything sooner? I'm like, why did you not pick up on it? If this is literally your job, why did you not pick up on the fact that my name, no one's name who has ever had my name, has a U there? It's always an O. For so long. Elephant. It's so elephant. Second letter. You also a Joshua? No, it's not the second letter of my name. It is a letter. I'm not saying where, but you have one of my letters. Digital banks here have up to 6.5% interest rate if you reach a certain threshold balance, like around $100 a month. That is so much better. It looked different, so I wanted to test it. Not a huge dog, so I can't go to the corner store without running into another Josh. So, funnily enough, I moved states when I was 6. And I was one of the few people in my family who didn't want to move. Everyone else really wanted to, but... And I was told, oh, you might actually meet someone with the same last name as us. Ha ha ha. Oh, wouldn't that be funny? In my brother's grade was someone with my exact same name, like first and last name. And we Like, our last name is pretty unique. In my first name, I've never met someone who has the same first name as me. So to move to a completely new location and hear someone has my name, it's like, I don't like it. Like, why do you get to have that? Good thing it's not like an email address. It's not first come, first serve. Also, currently just... I think if there was a chance to get another Ursa Luna in this, it'd be at night. But I don't know if this is there's only one in the game sort of thing. How cool would it be if it wasn't and I could find a shiny? That would actually make me very happy. Goodbye, Snorlax. Sneasel? Nothing to sneeze at. But yeah, I don't really know what else to do. Like, I kind of accomplished the goal of doing the side quest this stream. So I feel like I may have to just wrap up soon. I think we did pretty good. We did the side quest, finished the Pokedex, we caught 2 shinies. I'm a little disappointed that, you know, in the Perrin quest, like, it was advertised like, oh, you can do this new photo mode. And it kind of came across that, you know, you're going to be doing this as like a side thing throughout the area. It's like, oh, can you get all the Pokemon's photos? Is this going to be like Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, where you had an Instagram account? Which was a really weird mechanic. But yeah, I guess it was just, hey, here's one single spot. A ton of Pokemon here. Take pictures of 10. In-game sun is setting. Which means that we will be able to see if another Ursa Luna wants to spawn. Again, I am kind of doubting it, but it'll be good to check. Steel type Nuzleaf. Another item. Dusk Ball. Ugh, so bright. That sunset quicker. I've got things I need to do. Into cave. I do want a shiny Morpeko. But I believe it's just the yellow stripe turns white. start to head back to the forest. Got plenty of items. No other shinies have appeared. Or if they have, I've missed them. Try over this way a bit. Those are both normal. I do think my favorite game to shiny hunt in so far still has to be Legends Arceus. Just the fact that they made it a lot easier just to catch Pokemon. A lot more stressful since Pokemon can run away from you. But like, this game is good because you get to at least see the shiny Pokemon before you encounter them. But they don't let you know there's a shiny nearby. Whereas Legends Arceus, you at least get the sound effect. Or sound effect and a sparkle. And like, if one of those Phantoms there was shiny, go, "Ba-ding!" Yeah, it is very useful, especially when some Pokemon don't really have much of a difference. Like, Basculin gets a bit more pale. Not too sure about Grubbin. Mimikyu goes black and white, which is obvious. A bit more obvious. Pawniard is blue. Not too sure about Impidimp. Pikachu gets darker. Stantler turns green, I believe. Grimmsnarl there, I think, turns white. But then there are other Pokemon out there. I'm trying to remember what it's like, Sawaddle, I think it was. That's a lot harder to know. Because it has a very slight color shift. Okay, Meowth is like the inside of his ears change color. Waiting for that sun to set. They really need a sleep mechanic in this, or just wait X amount of time. There's the Litwick outbreak that's nearby. They only spawn at night. So half the time you're just kind of sitting around waiting. Effectively gives you a lot less time. Ah, Litwick is spawning now. Alright, so it's now technically nighttime. I mean, the best way we find out is going to where the outbreak's happening. Yep, they're starting to spawn in. And I was pointing this out earlier. Like, because I posted on Twitter saying, oh, I want to share one of the techniques I do for shiny hunting on stream. So go over it again quickly now. Like, this is a bad location to really show it off effectively. Just because the Pokemon up here that spawn aren't fully despawning. But essentially, a lot of people will run through all the Pokemon. And, you know, try to find a shiny spawn that way. What I would do instead is I come down here. So they're all spawning in at the edge. And you can see as they all spawn in. All they have to do is walk a certain distance away from where they spawned, and a new one can appear. Then if one looks different, that's when you go up and check. They've currently stopped spawning in because the ones above are still spawned in. Which is what makes this a bad location to explain it. But unfortunately, there isn't really any better location that I've, you know, properly tested it with. The area when I was doing this was just here. Because there was a Whipper spawn right there. And all I'd do is I'd run over here, hug the wall, and I come to about this spot right here. And the Whipper would all spawn in, walk a little bit, and then leave. Like, new ones would keep spawning. So it made searching for them a lot easier to just run forwards, watch them for a bit, then run off. No other Pokemon spawned in, so... There was a crystal there, I think. And it just went poof. Okay, it still is. It was just getting rid of its particle effect. That's essentially how I shiny hunt. I have absolutely no clue what I would... What? Yeah, I'd say, oh, it's the Nyx method. Haha! Named after its founder, Nyx. But then I could also say, oh, it's the social distancing method. Because, you know, you're social distancing. But I'd rather my name. It's the Nyx method. What's in this cave? Dusclops. No, not a big bear. And yeah, I definitely feel like it's only meant to be one. It's also unfortunate because I did hear that you can't evolve or breed it. Like, evolve Ursaring. And yeah, breeding it does absolutely nothing. Alright, little yawn. That means, like, if that ends up becoming a competitively viable Pokemon. Like, I guess in this game it doesn't really matter. As long as you have, okay, the league points or money, you can just buy the bottle caps and all the other items. And you'll have a competitive one of them. A lot less hassle. But funnily enough, apparently during the Pokemon Championship, there was controversy because it was found out that one of the top players, like who was competing, had hacked in their Pokemon. And it just starts like, oh, you're not allowed to do that. And the person turned around and said, oh, well, at least half the players here do it. Not all of us have time to perfectly train up our Pokemon, so this is what we do. Essentially trying to throw other people under the bus and get away with it. And it began a debate of, do you think this should be fine or not? I, for one, say, no, I don't think that's right. Because, you know, that's like comparing, it's like, oh, who would you rather watch in baseball? A team that's been practicing for months and months to get good? Or do you want someone who's just hopped themselves up on steroids? They took the shortcut. But it makes me laugh when people say, oh, but it takes too much time and effort to train a competitive Pokemon. Because, again, you can buy all of the, like, vitamins to do it for you. You can travel over the water in these games and you pick up the feathers. And the feathers help you put up the stats as well. But yeah, it's just, to me, there's a lot less excuses. Because if you say, oh, we don't have time to do this, you have the time to enter the tournaments. You're allocating a lot of time for it throughout the year to play in the matches. Surely you can allot a little bit of time to creating your team rather than just hacking it in. Again, that's just my own personal view. But yeah, it just kind of bugs me. Like, that's also why I see a lot of people are annoyed at, for example, Kit. And I believe YouTube has this as a bug as well at the moment, where one person can open up multiple windows of a single stream and each one counts as a unique viewer. You know, you can easily say, oh, look at this, I've got 40 viewers all at once. And it could just be one person. Whereas, you know, through Twitch, it needs to be 40 unique people. I understand why people are annoyed by it. I thought that's already plain. Alright, go back down, we'll spawn in some more Litwicks. I feel like I've traveled too close. That or ones at the top are still spawned in. Honestly, be both. Oh, there's a whole bunch over here. We got 15 minutes until midnight. Would you like to give me another shiny? Or is 2 enough? I mean, I'm happy for the fact that we got 2 shiny Pokemon. But, you know, a third would be nice as well. Alright, max amount has spawned. We do a tiny one in there. Well. You know, like, I would love to stay up much, much later. But I know I gotta help out family in the morning. I was even considering doing a gimmicky stream. Because as I showed before, I've got boxes of, you know, Pokemon I was trying to shiny breed. I got all those Charmander, like Charmander in Beast Balls, just sitting there. So what I was going to do is Wonder Trade each and every one off. Just see what happens. See what we can get. Likely just garbage for each and every one. But it means someone out there who may want a Charmander in a Beast Ball will now be able to have their own. I was actually told by one of my brothers a while back what I should do. Because you can only name something up to 12 characters, and the name Temporal Nix is 12 characters. I should buy a domain, like tnix.tv, and name each and every one just tnix.tv. And see how many people would actually put that in and have the website redirected to my Twitch. I'm like, oh wow, welcome in. Which, you know, it would be funny to do, but I don't think I would have the patience to nickname literal hundreds of Pokemon the same thing. And then sit here and Wonder Trade each and every one out. Copy pasta to go faster. Like, you can't copy pasta in this, unfortunately. Like, it is slow to rename Pokemon. In fact, if a shiny would just spawn, so I could capture it, I could show it off right away. Shiny! Speak and you shall receive. Dust Ball. Woo! Oh, I said the magical words. 3 shinies in 3 hours and 45 minutes. So if you go to rename Pokemon, words. Like, I'd have to do that for all of them. But in actuality, what it would be is... That. 7 characters. Over a couple hundred Pokemon. But I'd also have to get the rights of it. But yeah! Shiny! Woo! I don't actually think I needed a shiny liquid. So I've mentioned this as well in the past. I have a lofty goal, which I don't think I'm ever going to reach. What? A 4th shiny? What is this luck? Oh my goodness! Oh. Oh. Oh, I was not expecting a shiny Lucario. I'm not even using a shiny sandwich, by the way. Nothing else down here looks like it'd be shiny. Oh, I'm going to have to go back and clip those. Oh. That is absolutely insane. Maybe I should have been like... The shiny sandwich is only to find a certain specific type of Pokemon, like Ghost type, Fire type, Fighting. And increases the spawn rate of those Pokemon as well. But... you know, I was doing this to try and show off, hey, here's my little Nyx shiny hunt technique. And... oh. I was not expecting it. Oh, I have to get some screenshots so I can post on Twitter as well. And Instagram and Discord and be like, check it! Oh, that's on the stream! So, like, my next method was just, you stay at a distance. Sort of like social distancing during COVID, but I don't want anything to do with COVID for this technique. It's the Nyx technique. You just kind of stand back, you let them all spawn in. It works best if you're standing above them. Gives you a better view of them. And that way you can see if something is different. So to what I was saying about my lofty goal before the Lucario distracted me. Oh, so last year, backstory again, living in a caravan because of a flood. I was playing Legends Arceus quite a bit because my Switch was really the only thing I could play. Like, yeah, I had my PlayStation there as well, but when you had to sit up without any back support, it kind of hurt a bit. So I would play on my Switch, and I was shiny hunting, and I kind of hit a realization of a fun little lofty goal. Because a lot of people say, oh, it's really good to have a Pokemon living dex. Whereas if you get generations 1 through 8 in Pokemon Home, you're meant to get a special Magina, where it's a Pokeball pattern. And I kind of got thinking, I would like to have a complete living shiny dex. But it's not enough to have one of every Pokemon. Because you see, some Pokemon, for example, the original Wooper, have gender differences. Where the male ones, their little head spiky horn things that stick out the side of the head, are longer on the males. With Gyarados and Magikarp, their little mustachy antennae looking things, I forget what it's called, like little feelers. Those are different colors depending if they're male or female. And then you get Pokemon like Rotom, who has several different forms depending what appliance it's in. So I kind of go up the lofty goal of I wanted a complete living shiny dex of every single Pokemon with each of their genders and forms. So like if a Pokemon doesn't have a gender difference, by the way, like Litwick, there's no difference between the male and female Litwick. I only need to catch the one. But I also need a Lampert, and I also need Chandelure. So I technically need 3 Litwick in total. Once I catch a second Litwick, that's when I can evolve one of them. And then if I get a third one, I can get the max evolution. But I'm not going to evolve the first one I find, because what if I evolve my first Litwick into a Chandelure, and then I find a shiny Chandelure? Okay. Now one of them is worthless. Hello, Dead Son! How you doing? I'm currently trying to find another shiny Litwick within the next 2 minutes. Because in 2 minutes I hit midnight and the mass spawn will change. And I am attempting to do... Well, not attempting. I am doing my brand new patented Nyx Shiny Hunt technique. Where I can't just stand back and let them spawn in. Works best when I'm standing above them. Because then I can monitor what ones they come in as. No other Pokemon from outside the spawn range are going to appear. Is it midnight IRL in 1 minute? Less than 1 minute. Alright, despawn all those Litwick. Gotta reach them before time's up. Basically, a shiny Litwick has a blue flame instead of purple. It is a very subtle difference. I won't lie. But the more people I can get talking about my Nyx Shiny Hunt technique, the more traction it may get, and eventually people may start talking about it. Like, who is this Nyx? No! Now it's just... Oh, it's Pawniard now. I don't have Shiny Pawniard. Also, healthy hydrate. Hydrating. Thank you. So, for those who just came in, while doing this, I found a shiny Litwick to explain my whole shiny technique thing. Like, oh, I don't expect anything to fall. I'm not using a shiny sandwich. It appeared. I was very excited, very happy. And then I climb up the mountain, and a shiny Lucario spawns. Demons of the Day. It will go there for now. What I'm gonna have to do is draw. Always go to 27. Oop. Always go 28. Lucario, you go to box 29, because earlier in the stream, we found a shiny Poochyena when I was criticizing the game. Wasn't there another one? We got Hatchren, then we found Poochyena, and we're criticizing. Litwick, Lucario. Mal read Bethesda because he thought he couldn't do it, so Mal learned a new thing. Also feel like stream delay maybe a little. I mean, you can always test stream delay when you send a message and then it appears above me. Did I only catch 4 shinies? So I thought there was another one. Because yeah, Hatchman at the start. Poochyena. Litwick was
For real?
Hi, Ace. I wish I could just search in here as like shiny. Like, I'm gonna have to go through the markers and whatnot to see if there was another one. So I can't remember, like, I thought I counted at like 5. But I actually don't recall another one before. So maybe we only caught 4. Either way, 4 shiny Pokemon. That's pretty good. I'm curious if he actually got any traction with that raid. Hello, Lom. How you doing? Yeah, so we got a Hatchran, which was very nice. Poochyena, which is a surprise. Litwick. And now Lucario. I thought there was... No, because I remember looking up going, oh, 3 within 3 hours. Like, well, just under 4 hours. That's pretty good. And then after that's when we found the Litwick. But if it was in this box, it wasn't the Charizard, obviously. It wasn't Annihilate. wasn't my Mew, which, by the way, people haven't seen it. Got a Mew from Pokemon Go. Forgot what I wanted to say. I got dementia kicked in. I'm sure it'll come back to you. Can anyone else remember if there was another one? There was a Volbeat. This was off stream, by the way. I had found a Volbeat. For Volbeat to be put in here... especially Vent Arcanine. I'm gonna throw that in there anyway. A shiny box. Wasn't any of them. But I think I've just gone crazy and I imagined one. Or did I say it when Litwick spawned? I'm like, oh, haha, that is pretty good. Yeah, all these other ones at the front. Like, these are all old Pokemon, so it wouldn't be any of these. Apparently just look in the top right hand corner. Just to see if the symbol appears. Because I thought I may have missed one earlier. Actually hurting my thumb so much. Give me a moment. I'll be just a second. And back to here. Wasn't my Dunsparce, because I had him for such a long time. This is where my shinies begin. Remember, someone is making math hype edits. What does that even mean? Gotta get some rest before work, so I'm off to naps and do the rest of the stream. Thank you, Watts. I do appreciate it. Enjoy your naps. Yeah, I think I'm just imagining there was another Pokemon. And there wasn't. I feel like I'm going insane. We also have Bombardier. Really? There's only 2 mass outbreaks today? On this DLC island? How weird. Well, I guess it means if I really wanted to, I could easily get... Well, not easily, but I could try to get Pawnyard. And yeah, if you see wild Pokemon in this and you're unsure if it is a shiny or not, you just send your Pokemon out to auto battle. If it attacks it, it's a regular Pokemon. It won't ever kill a shiny. But I still say 4 shinies in 4 hours. Pretty good. I will have to wrap up in a bit though, because, well, late. That's shiny number 5. Maybe I go on a little longer. Of course, Premier Ball won't work. Let me try it again. Ah, halfway there. I mean, that is kind of cool though to get 5 shines straight. Ever seen that little guy? So this is a new one called Toadskool from Gen 9. It looks like a tentacle, but it runs on land. Ah, you should, Dead Son. It is fun. Like, an event just ended where you could get a Mew, and it would have a random Terra type. I was going to grab my Scarlet, or copy of Scarlet, and start a run where what I would do is download the Mew, see what Terra type it is, and then from that, use only Pokemon of that Terra type. So if it was a bug one again, I'd have to beat the game with a team of bugs. If it was a fire type, a team of fire type. But because the Mew event's now over, as of 2 days ago, yeah, I can't really do it. It's just a group of Bishop. Why are they all in there? What are they protecting? And these little guys can turn blue when they're shiny. Now, I would like that because I know my brother's favorite color is blue. It's kind of obvious what my favorite color is. It's Toad. That is a bad one. But it's a bad one that I appreciate. You know, find it funny how a shiny appeared because I started to do a wrap up. I'm like, oh, I have to stop streaming. Game's like, ha! You thought? But I do actually have to wrap up. Long story short, it's school holidays and best way I can explain it is kids get dropped off here. And everyone else who lives here have kind of decided, yeah, we don't want to be the ones to watch the kids. So it kind of falls on me to watch them, even though I kind of have stuff I got to do. But, you know, there's nothing I can really do about it. So I'm likely gonna have to wrap up, have a quick bite to eat, and go straight to bed so I have the energy to deal with everything tomorrow. Yeah, wish me luck. I'm likely gonna be super exhausted. Yeah, when it comes time to stream tomorrow night. I'm also hoping that just by me saying this little wrap up, the game's like, oh, here's another one. It doesn't look like it's gonna do that though. You only get one for each special code word or passphrase, which was showing off how to get shinies, being excited for said shinies, Perrin, Glitterati are terrible characters, the absolute worst, and stream wrap up. I imagine there's another secret phrase, but I'm not too sure what that secret phrase is. I also kind of wish Octillery was in this game, because I would like a shiny Octillery, and I'd call it Dead Sun. I think it turns blue. It's not quite purple, but you know, I think it would be still pretty cool. Well, if I ever get one, I know exactly what to call it. Doesn't matter what game, though. Any game, that's the name. I just want to own you. No. That's not it. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. You will battle for me. Battle in all the matches. Oh, cool, Tapioca leveled up. I do like my team of food-based Pokemon. Or food-based names. You can't eat a Quagsire. But you can eat some Bluebies. And that difference is enough. Why am I not wrapping up? Why is the want for more shinies keeping me streaming? Alright, I'm going to jump up the cliff, jump down the cliff, and if there's nothing there, nothing there. I'll have to just accept the ones we found tonight are plenty enough. I mean, realistically, it is quite a lot we got, especially in such a short period. I have never gotten that many that quick. Yeah, they're all spawning in as red. Not a single blue one. Alright, controls down. Oh, stretch if you haven't stretched in a while. Oh. Whew. Ah, but this was such a fun game. Such a fun stream. I mean, the fact that we got our Hatren, we got a Poochyena, a Litwick, Lucario, and then a Toadscool. That is pretty cool. Considering, 5 Pokemon in under 5 hours. Realistically, under 4 hours. Because, I didn't start playing the game directly when the stream went live. Like, it makes me go, oh, I'd love to do some shiny hunting streams, but I also know that I gotta have topics to talk about, rather than me just remembering various things here and there. Big stretchies. But tomorrow, I think we're going to likely just play some Final Fantasy XIV, advance the story again. I mean, this DLC has been so much fun. I am so glad that this came out. Gotta find someone to raid. I have no clue who to raid. Anyone have any suggestion? Blueless Nyx. A fellow Nyx? It says they're playing Pokemon Emerald. They're just in the Scarlet and Violet section. But you know what? A fellow Nyx. Be interesting. So why not? Well, thank you all. Alright, healthy hydrate. For Jeans. Thank you for that. But yes, thank you all so much for coming on by. Really do appreciate it. Going to be rating a fellow Nyx. I'll be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy XIV. I will try to finish off the Crystal Tower raids. And then I will continue the story as we make our way towards Heavensward. I also will mention I do have a potential collabs happening on Friday. I won't be going live for it, but I'll let everyone know where I will be. I'll be having a guest appearance on another channel. But that is all for me. Do take care of yourselves, and I'll hopefully see you all next time. Why is my ending screen not appearing? There we go.